Are you ready to get back at this again? Churchill Downs, Stephen Foster, Fleur de Lis, Latruska, Maxfield, just a big field, a lot of great horses, great contest today. Right now, we have about 120 competitors. I expect you'll see that number go up. Should be a great day of horse racing. Hopefully, a lot of good picks. If you want to, you can head on over to YouTube. Sean and I did a little bit of work on the Fleur de Lis. I hope that's how you pronounce it. French wasn't my any foreign language wasn't my skill in high school or thereafter. And then we have, of course, the Stephen Foster 2 win in your in Breeders' Cup races. So should be a really good day at Churchill Downs for horse players to find some decent opportunities to cash some big checks. And hopefully one of the 120 will win the contest. So let's take a look at race number 1. It's a $100,000 maiden, 6.5 furlongs on the main track. And so far, meet to date, the bias has been speed, with 83% of the winners going ahead and being labeled early speed. Post position really hasn't played that big of a deal. They've played pretty evenly across the stalls at Churchill Downs. So really the thing you kind of want to focus is on our fast horses. So let's take a look at what we got here, and if there's any opportunities for us to go ahead and find some speed horses that could win in this maiden. And I think it's a race where there'll be some value and could separate some folks right from the get-go on the contest. So horse number 1 is Partners Hope. Partners Hope is a little bit of an off-the-pace horse. Hasn't really done as well up front as we might want at this particular level and this particular track speed and bias. Got off to a slow start in all 3 races, so I'd expect that it's a horse that'll try to close, stepping up a little bit in terms of purse, maybe a little bit too much to ask. The 2 horse is Sully Bro. Second start, first time Lasix. It's only a 7% winner for trainer Ian Wilkes. 20-1, probably not going to make my list for horses to bet. And if I pick on any that have been scratched, forgive me. I know the 6 is scratched, but I haven't really had a chance to run through the scratches yet as I prepare. The 3 horse is a first-time starter. That's Flint Ridge. Looking at this horse, it could be a factor. Does have the top pedigree score in the field. Training has been really solid, but at Keeneland, I would have preferred to see those training sessions happen at Churchill because the track is a little goofy. We're a little bit different. Cuppy, a little bit sandy, as Mike Smith told us. But you do have a pretty solid jockey-trainer combination in Joe Sharp, who's winning at 24%, and Adam Beshiza, who's winning at 14%. So I think you have to maybe put the 3 horse in there as a candidate. Those workouts suggest that he'll get out of the gate with a little bit of oomph, and they paid $320,000 for this horse. So not a cheap one by any stretch of the imagination. Number 4 is also another first-time starter, 5-1. So it's taking on a little bit more in terms of money line than the 3 horse did. Right now, the 3 horse is 3-1 in the morning line on the live odds, and the 4 horse is 8-1. So actually the 3, as I kind of thought, would take a little bit more money. Workouts at Churchill have been okay on the 4 horse. Some good ones in the back. Certainly a lot of furlongs worth of work. Looks like the horse has put in 4, 10, 14, about 20 furlongs of work in the last month. So I'd expect Cool Quest to be fit, although those workouts don't tell me that this is a horse that's going to jump to the lead. Absolute Chaos is a horse that last time out got off to a little bit of a bad start, got bumped, didn't get to where it wants to go. But prior to that, did show some pace. And when I did my pace analysis, the 5 horse ranks in the top 3 at the quarter-mile marker. So wouldn't it surprise me to see Absolute Chaos take off a little bit faster than the past performance lines might show. Again, the number 6 is scratched, engraved. So hopefully Sean's not here to make fun of me for that. Number 7, Instant Gold, is another first-time starter. 20-1, first-time starter for Tommy Short. He's got 40 horses, only 5% wins. So not really an angle that has played well for him. So I would pass. 20, number 7 is probably, if I were doing the Tom, which horse is going to finish in last place? I would pick number 7. Number 8, Atoka, 11 races lifetime, hasn't won yet. Did tie for the highest last race speed figure. I do think the horse maybe has a chance to hit in the late or the backside of the exacta or trifectas, but 11 shots at the race, hasn't come close, really hasn't put a whole lot of quality starts out on the 11, only one by the way I measure it. So one quality start in 11 races. I'm going to pass on the 8 horse as well. Number 9, Raccarino is another horse in my pace analysis that showed up. Got off to a pretty good start last time out, kind of faded. This is going to be the second time with Lasix. A few jockeys have told us that the second time with Lasix, and trainers as well, they like that a little bit better. So this is the second time. I expect Ray Sereno to get back out to the lead again. And if the second time Lasix holds up like I expect it should, especially in the second time off a layoff, I think Ray Sereno is a horse that will be near the front all the way around the track. It came out in its 3-year-old debut, showed an improved speed figure, and its second career start showed a better speed figure and better race than it did in the first. So I think Ray Sereno is a horse that you can expect some improvement from. And finally, and one you definitely have to consider, and then number 10 is Roboman. Showed a little bit of speed, stepping up in class from a maiden claiming $30,000 to $100,000 maiden special weight. That's a little bit of a jump for my liking. Although I do like the way that the horse closed in the last race at 6 furlongs, and it's also one that showed up in my pace rankings as well. So I think you're going to see the 5, the 9, and the 10 get to the front. I expect the 9 horse is the one that's probably going to hold on in there. And I do like the 3 as a first-time starter. So for me, I'm looking at the 10, the 8, the 9, and the 3 as my picks. I'm going to go ahead with a little bit of a shot here off the jump. And, well, I'm not sure. I think I'm going to go ahead and just stick with the 9. I do like the second time Lasix showed speed. Speed works. So I'm going to go 9, 10, 8, and 3. Good luck with your picks, and we'll see how they line up when it goes final. Well, the first one is in the books. 20 of the contestants had Roboman number 10 as their top pick. Unfortunately, I had him as my second pick. And then my third pick, Atoka, finished second. As I hate when I do that. When my second pick wins and my first pick runs out of the money, it drives me nuts, but that's horse racing. And then the 5-horse Absolute Chaos, as I mentioned the last time out, um, kind of had that awkward start, was able to get off to a better start this time. And in the pace analysis showed that the horse would get towards the front, did get to the front out of the start, and then just couldn't hang in there, but did fight on for a good third. If you had the exacta, the $2 exacta for 10 and 8, $55.80. If you put the 5 in there for the trifecta, yeah, for 50 cents, $73.30. Race 2, we got a whole bunch of first-time starters. To be pretty interesting. There should be a pretty heavy favorite with the 1 horse. The question is the 1 horse better than all of the other first-time starters? I think if I were going to do a pick 3 or pick 4 or something along those lines in a race like the next one, I might just take all the first-time starters, put it on a ticket, and then on a B ticket, maybe put the 1. But we'll go ahead and take a look at those races 10 minutes before post on race number 2. One quick thing, if I don't show back up again, I just did receive a message on my phone from the National Emergency Service that here in Chicago, we are under a tornado warning for the next 20 minutes. So if my power goes out and I'm not here, in all likelihood, just the power went out. We don't get very many tornadoes close to the city. So if I'm not here for race number 2, you know it's weather related. I'll be back as soon as the power comes up, or 10 minutes before post, whichever is available to me at the moment. We'll see you then. Don't have a tornado yet, but I got to tell you, my phone is buzzing like crazy. It says tornado warning, seek shelter now. It's kind of unusual for where I live. So hopefully that doesn't come to pass. Let's see if perhaps we can find a way to tear up this card, this race number 2 at Churchill. It's again 6 furlongs on the main track. The track is fast. And speed is once again the way. We have a ton of first-time starters in here. And then you have the one horse that is taking on a prohibitive amount of money. Right now, the one horse is 7-5. The question is, can anybody I'm probably getting in trouble from Twin Spires for that, but the one horse is 7-5. Gunite, 5-2 in the morning line, taking in some money. Workout since the last race was only okay, nothing to really get all that crazy about. Did show improved fractions last time out, but I would expect that as the horse went from a sloppy track to a fast track. So that's something that doesn't really jump off the page to me. But the one horse is the one to beat. Number 2 horse, first-time starter, Kenneth McPeak, only wins at 7%. Statistically, that's probably not what you're looking for. Does win at 18% with Brian Hernandez. One of the things I do see here that I like, if you go back to May 19th, it's a while ago, 3 furlongs in 35-4, which I think when I look at a lot of these first-time starters was probably the best workout for any of the horses. And it also indicates that the horse can show speed. So we'll see if indeed that plays out. If he gets out of the gate in a hurry, I think the 2-horse Rattle and Roll could be a surprise. And they paid $210,000 for this horse. So it's not a cheap horse, not the most expensive horse in the field, but certainly I like those workouts, that one particular workout. Overall, the rest of the workouts have been pretty solid. I think the 2-horse will run better than the morning line of 10-1. Number 3, Call Me Gusto. I don't see anything anywhere in that line that I like. And number 4, Brigadier General. It's a horse that is taking in some money at on the board right now. Is 5-1 versus the morning line of 10-1. So maybe there's something on the track. Dallas Stewart, John Velasquez. I know John Velasquez has been pretty hot, winning at about 31%. But Dallas Stewart, only a 9% winner on 114 first-time starters. Not really the biggest angle there. I would rather take my shot with the 2 because I think the fractions, the workouts were a little bit better. Number 5, Play Action Pass, is another horse that's getting a lot of play. It's 5-1, was one of the picks for both of the on-site handicappers at Churchill Downs. Robert Medina has won 1 of 3 first-time starters this year. The workouts have been really strong, but not at Churchill. But you got Tyler Gaffleone on board, so you kind of have a good jockey between the 2, Medina and Gaffleone. They've won 2 of their 4 races together. Really strong, fast workouts. So maybe the 5-horse is a horse to put in here. Certainly the bettors think so at Churchill, as do the folks who are on TV making their picks. Number 6, Sensei Lawrence. It's another horse where the workouts are just a little bit better than average. Ian Wilkes, first-time starters, 225 of them, only managed to win at 6%. Probably not going to factor, though I wouldn't be surprised if Sensei Lawrence breaks sharply. Number 7 is Scratched. Number 8, Call Me Midnight. Got off to a slow start in his debut. Maybe gets off to a better start. Some decent workouts since. Really nice one last time out, 6 of 37, but the time wasn't overwhelmingly fast. 1 minute at 5 furlongs. I would have liked for that to be faster than the fractions that he ran in the race to give me an indication that he'll live up or run better than he did last time when he was almost 18-1. Number 9, Rocket One. Interesting here is Florent Garou was going to ride the 9, but the 14 got into the race, so he's on the 14, and Jose Ortiz picks up the mount here, and the horse has gone from 6-1 to right now it is 11-1. And when you look at this horse, it's a $600,000 horse. So it's the most expensive horse in the field by far. Bill Mott does win at 12%, one of the higher win rates for this group with horses making their first time start. But Thomas Amos probably has the highest win rate at 21% on the 10 horse. Dowagic Chief, maybe that's how you pronounce that. I have no idea. Does have a really fast workout back here, May 20th at Keeneland. It's on same kind of speed as the two horse. Two horse did his at Churchill, though. But has been working pretty well. It's a horse I think you have to put, or at least consider, in your exotics. Between Graham and Amos, they win at 36% and have a plus 142 return on investment. So that's a very strong combination in terms of getting your money back. High percentage winner in terms of first-time starters and debuting at the maiden special weight in 100 races. He's won 23 of them. So I think you got to put the 10 in there. Number 11 is Hilarious Affair. It's 5-1 in the morning line, but right now the horse is 14-1. And it looks like they're putting some new shoes on that horse right now as I look at the screen. So maybe, I'm not a big fan of those late changes, that sort of thing. Last workout was really good at Keeneland. I don't like the fact that the horse is not taking in money. $210,000 purchase, maybe a horse to consider. Outside post, probably have to show a little bit of speed. Number 12, Fifth Avenue Red, a horse I think you can bounce up and out of there. Nothing in the workouts, nothing in Kenneth McPeak's first-time starters, nothing with Robbie Alvarado, nothing here suggests that this horse is going to be in the mix. 13 is scratched. Number 14, Iconic Legacy, is another horse that, this is the one that Florent Guru got on. I would say it probably has the most consistent workouts of any of the horses in the field. Last time out was 8th of 37 at 5 furlongs. Again, I think if you're betting this race, you kind of have to try to beat the one. Anything can happen with 2-year-olds. So who's going to beat the one? That's the $1 million question. So I like the 2's workout. I know he's not a big favorite. I'm going to take a long shot here, thinking that 2 might be able to get out to the lead. I'm going to go 2, 10, 1, and 5. Again, 2, 10, 1, and 5. Good luck with your picks, and we'll see you when it goes official, provided the tornado doesn't get me. Well, look who the storm blew in.
How you doing today?
I'm doing all right. How are you today?
Good. Hopefully that tornado doesn't get you.
Nah, it's strange. It's really dark and really quiet outside. It's
Wow.
kind of eerie, but I think it's all right because I think 12:15, 12:20, something like that. My time is 12:27. The tornado warning had expired. So I didn't hear any sirens either, which is,
That's good news.
yeah. Last year, we got some similar warnings this time of the year, and the sirens went off. So that's one of the few times living this close to a city like Chicago that you ever have to experience stuff like that. But I tell you, what bothers me more is my two horse in the last race. If you watched it, got off to a slow start, stayed in the gate, didn't live up to that May 19th 3 furlong workout, but almost got tripped then. The jockey had to pull him back, and he still rallied for third.
Yeah.
Mark that rattle and roll down on your horse to watch list. He's probably going to go off at long odds again next time. But I think that horse could have won. Maybe he would have won with a better start.
Yeah, I agree. And actually that 4, if he wasn't so green, he might have caught that one too. So
well, the one kind of came into his path a little bit, but in front of him, not enough to get, and probably disturbed him a little bit.
Yeah, I imagine. I was kind of glad about that because in the contest I had the 1.
Well, I did, and I had the 2 horse, like I said, and I really feel like if he got off to a better start, he would have had a really good chance. But nonetheless, still, I think a decent piece of handicapping to pick one of the longest shots on the board, get off to a bad start, almost trip, and then still finish in the money. And in a maiden race like that deep of a field, you have to try to beat a horse. Even though the one won at even money, I still feel like that horse was overbet.
Oh, I agree with you. And the only reason I bet it or picked it is because it's hard to figure out all those first time starters who's going to do what.
Mm-hmm.
So
I agree with you. Well, the 4 horse was probably my first off my ticket, but it's nonetheless it's over now. It's history. It's in the books, and so will we? Terry, you're going to be around for a while?
Yeah, I'll be here for a while. Yeah.
Okay, good. We'll be back. Terry and I will be back 10 minutes to post before race. What kind of hat you got on there, by the way, Terry?
Oh, it's a Breeders' Cup hat.
Oh, Breeders' Cup hat. Okay, yeah. I thought maybe you got your racing radar hat.
It's coming.
Yeah, mine too, supposedly, but I haven't seen it yet. Maybe it's I got it blown away today. Or you know how people like to take the Amazon stuff off the off your staircase. So if I see anybody running around Chicago with a red horse racing radar shirt on, I'm looking for you.
Sounds good.
All right, we'll see you 10 minutes to post, everybody.
All right, sounds good.
It's another race, Terry, where speed, 6 furlongs, is probably going to be the winning way on these days of the big races. Matt Carruthers told us they tend to soup the tracks up. So I'm looking at this race, and according to pace analysis, I think I'll see the 5, the 10, the 2, and the 8s probably leading the way early on. And then you'll see the 12 and the 12 emerge in the second half there. How do you see them getting started?
Yeah, I think that's true. I think the 2 is really going to do well.
Mm-hmm.
He likes last 8 races. He's only been 1 race bad race. He's been in the money all the rest of them. And the 1 race he had bad, he got bumped at the start. I think he's a really good pick. But my favorite one in here is the number 11. He was claimed by Diodoro. And a jockey change. I think he's going to do very well in this race. And then, of course, the 12 looks pretty fantastic to me.
Mm-hmm. Well, the 11 horse, we'll run down them real quick here one by one, Terry. So the 2 horse, I agree with you, is a horse that's been 17 of 24 in the money at the distance. And last time out had one of the fastest opening fractions of this crew. So I think you're going to see the 2 break sharply. Of course, the 1 and the 3 are scratched. His record at Churchill, 1 win, 3 seconds. Probably like to see a little bit better record at Churchill. First start off of a minor rest, and workouts since then have been okay, nothing spectacular. I do think the 2 horse does like the distance, probably does factor in the early pace, but will he have the legs to hang on? And number 4 is La Maritime. Horse flash speed last time in his second time off the start. And if you look at the line, one of the things I kind of like a little bit here with the 4 horse is you see that it's kind of stepping up a little bit, right? With second here, and then first here, second here, second here. So the horse does look like it's getting a little bit better, improving, and maybe will show more in the third start off the break. What do you think about the 4?
Well, I think that shortening up in the distance is going to really help the 4. Appears to me that that's what 4 needs is a shorter distance. He doesn't seem to be able to carry the speed over a mile or a mile 16th. So.
Well, sometimes horses that show speed in routes, unfortunately, don't show them in the in sprints. Trainer Juan Cano just claimed this horse. He's won 20%, so 4 out of 20, and he's won 1 out of 4 with Adam Bashiza. The 5 horse is Senor Jobim. Was the favorite last out, lived up to it. Ricardo Santana has been crazy hot. It seems like every time I turn on the race, watching at Churchill, he's winning. And this horse has hit the board 7 of 8 at Churchill. What do you think?
Yeah, he's won 2 out of the last 3. And Santana's doing a fantastic job right now. He's really riding well. So I think this horse has got a big chance.
Yeah, and I also see some fraction improvements in the horse, too. Last time out in the opening quarter, 21 and 3. The race before that, probably around 23, 45 at the half. Race before that, probably around 46, 47. So, and the final time of 109 and 3 was probably about 1 or 2 seconds faster than he ran in the race before. So I think Senior Jobim is going to be a horse to reckon with. And again, one that I expect will be near the front right off the get-go. Number 6 is Impressed. Just missed against the 5 horse last time out. This is like its 11th race without a break. To me, it looks like a horse that might need a rest.
Yeah, I agree with that. He might be getting a little tired, although he's finished 4 out of 6 in the money. And he's got Drayden Van Dyke on, which is a jockey change to see. Mm-hmm. I think they're trying to see what they can do there.
Maybe they can find some life with the 6 horse, but we'll see. I think there's a lot of good horses in this field. Number 7, Nifty. Just got claimed by and now making the first start for trainer Jason Barkley. 12% winner, but when he keeps the horses in the claiming ranks, he wins at about 37%. So that's a pretty high win rate. And when we talk to trainers, they always tell us they make a claim with a race in mind. This must be the race they had in mind.
Yeah, I agree. And the horse, of course, is going back to the same distance at Churchill where he won last time out. And I like the jockey James Grant. I think he's a good jockey.
Good local jockey for sure.
Yes.
Number 8, Madison's Luna. Anything you see in the 8?
No, for me, I would be a pass for me. I just I don't see it being that consistent.
Well, the only positive I think is Tyler Gaffalione. You can't overlook him, but then when you look at his record 0 for 7 at Churchill, you can't overlook that either. Even though he's dropping in class, he's got to show me something at Churchill before I'll give him any love. Number 9, Buttered Noodles, another fast horse. It's another horse that's claimed by Robert Tino Diodora. He wins at 25%. He explicitly told us that they claim with races in mind. He's going to show some speed. What do you think, Terry?
Yeah, but I don't think he's going to carry the speed all the way. I think there's going to be too much speed to push. So I think he's going to do like he's done in most of his other races. He'll be out there for half a mile, and that'll be about it.
That'll be about it. Yeah, and then he'll back off. Well, though Jose Ortiz is a pretty good jockey when you have a horse up near the front. So I do like the jockey change there with Jose Ortiz for sure.
Yeah.
Number 10, Hold Me Back, is again one of the horses I think you'll probably see early on near the front. Last time out, fractions were a little bit slower than I probably would have liked. But he has won 4 or 5 at Churchill. Someone's agreeing with your picks. What do you think about the 10?
Yeah, I don't know. This horse here, Hold Me Back. He's got Sage in the irons, and he's a really good jockey, as we know, and he's been trained by a great trainer. Been doing really well there, 22%. And he comes from behind, or he can run on top, either way. So that's an angle I really like. Makes the horse very versatile. So I think he's got a shot.
Number 11 is Rocking the Boat. It's another Robertino Diodoro claim. This is his second start off a break. It doesn't usually make it 2 races in a row. Was the betting favorite last time out. You really can't say that Diodoro gets the credit for that. I think this is another horse that should be near the pace early on.
Yeah, and I really like this horse. I think he was claimed and looking to come to this race. And I like the jockey a lot, of course. The jockey's really good. So he's actually my top pick.
Number 11. All right. And then finally, number 12 is Mount Travers, has the top pedigree score. This is a horse that's coming from Parks from Linda Rice. For Bill Mott, first time with a trainer, he wins at 16%. What do you think about the Parks to Churchill move?
Well, I think it's okay. I've seen some horses do well that way. To me, this horse checks a lot of the boxes, so he's actually my second choice, and I think he's going to be very competitive, and it's going to be tough to beat him.
So how are you lining them up, Terry?
11, 12, 2, and 9.
11, 12, 2, and 9. I'm going to go 5, 10, 11, and 7. We'll see how they line up when they go official. See you then. I got to tell you, Terry, that one was right in the form.
It was.
So I mentioned, you look at this line right here, the two, followed by the one, the one, the one. You see that the horse improved from the first race to the second race, and then the cutting back in class. I mean, that one was right there, and 31-1. I had mentioned this specific handicapping angle in our analysis of the horse, just did not put him in my picks. And for that, I should take a bat and whack myself over the head.
Oh, I agree, because as I said, he's shortening up. That's probably what he needed. So anyway, I don't know. I thought the 11 was going to catch him, but then 11 kind of lost its path about halfway down the stretch. Still ran a good race.
Yeah, I kind of thought the 5 might be able to close in on him a little bit either, but he backed off too. So it's one that we missed, one that we probably could have had at least in our exactas or trifectas or something along those lines. We'll try not to miss in the next race, and that's going to be race number 4, I think. But right now, through 3 races, we have, I think, about 4 people. 1, 2, 3. Yes, 4 people. Wallet Lifter, Terry himself is in first place.
That's me.
SLS, Douglas Kavanaugh, and Carl Richard Stamper, all tied with 13 points, followed by Judith Wood and Dennis 08723. They round out the top 6. So there's still plenty of races left, plenty of time for you to catch up if you're behind like me, going with some long shots to get started here today. Just didn't pick the right long shot in that one. We'll see if we can find the right long shot in race number 4. We will see you at 10 minutes to post.
Sounds good.
Terry, how are you? You just forgot to remove us and add us to the stream. How are you, Terry?
Hey, I'm doing great.
I was just trying to look at a few things here. This is race number 4. It is a mile and a eighth on the main track.
Yep.
It's a good race to kind of keep an eye on because it'll give us an idea of how the 2 Breeders' Cup win and you're in speed and post position layouts might play in the bigger races. One thing, Sean and I did a little bit of work before we analyzed it. Go out, head on over to YouTube, check that out. You can also see that analysis on Horse Racing Radar's cover page today. It's one of the front page stories. But we noticed that the 6 horse, for whatever reason, wins the most, and that speed wins. That's over the last 3 years. And then so far, year to date or meet to date, 6 of the 7 winners at a mile and an eighth were front runners, and 4 of them wired the field.
It's pretty good statistics. Yeah, I didn't even know that.
Well, that's what we get paid to do, a little bit of analysis. So looking at the early pace, it looks to me like maybe according to my pace analysis, the 6 and the 9 could be the pace setters and get out a little bit ahead of everybody else. So there's that 6 horse with the speed as a potential play. But let's go ahead and walk through the field. Number 8 is scratched. So we're going to start with number 1, Beaver Hat. Terry, what do you see with the Beaver Hat?
Well, he's a nice closer, but he just doesn't seem to ever get there. But he had a nice sharp work he was 7th out of 69 works at 47.4 furlongs. So he's fit.
Yeah, I think he's definitely going to be fit. But the thing is, he's a closer, and closer doesn't win at this distance. But I don't think the rail hurts him any way, shape, or form. Although the fractions last time out were really a lot faster than he's run in any of his previous 7 races in 2021. So I do like that last race. Was a very nice improvement in terms of fractions. And Adam Bashiza just won. He's got at least 1 win already today, and that was on that 4 horse in that long shot. So if you like a little bit of a price, the 1 horse right now is 11-1. If you think Adam can do it back to back, go for it. Number 2 is Trident Hint. What do you think about Trident Hint?
Yeah, he's been 75% of the money and very consistent this year. So, I kind of like this horse, although, as you say, the closers aren't really winning these at this distance.
Mm-hmm.
He can be close. He doesn't always have to come from way far back. He can be close to the pace. And I think that's the type horse is going to win this race, is somebody that's, in the third or fourth spot.
Mm-hmm. Well, I think he'll be right off the pace too. That's where I see him. And he's a horse that did put in one of the better speed figures last time out. That was on May 9th. And since then he's worked out okay. Nothing spectacular with there. Number 3, Bourbon War is right now the race favorite at 5-2. What do you think about this horse that ran in the Belmont?
Yeah, this is his second start after time off. And of course, he was previously trained by another trainer. The problem with this one is that he appears to me like he has to come from really deep.
Mm-hmm.
He doesn't usually run up close. So I think this is going to be hard for him to win this race.
Yeah. Plus, last time out, he couldn't catch him. He's stretching out a little bit here. So last time he almost caught him at 7 furlongs. So I think the added distance might be of help. Number 4 is Thirst for Life, another one that wants to come off the pace.
Yeah, he just missed last time, and he's got the best start speed of all the races here. So the added distance could help this horse.
Mm-hmm. And I also like the fact that it's a 3rd time off a layoff. Although the previous 3 race cycles, the 3rd time was one of the lower of the numbers that he put on the board. So it's a horse that tends to regress, looks like to me, in the 4th race. And then you had a 3rd race. Number 5, The Great Escape. This horse is coming in from Argentina, where he's won his last 2 by a combined 27, including a Group 1. He debuted in a Group 1, which is pretty impressive. Tom and I have been looking at international horses over in Europe. I haven't been looking in South America. I wish Tom were here, but I would imagine this is a horse that might show up.
Yeah, it's a question mark for me. I mean, he did have a really nice 59 work at 5 furlongs, and
Mhm.
I think that was very impressive. Those wins in Argentina. So it's somebody I'd put on my ticket as far as a in the
Possible play.
yeah.
Number 6, American Tattoo, fourth time off a layoff, flipping over from turf to dirt, a 16% angle for Norm Cass. This is a horse to me that is a toss. He hasn't won in the last 2 years, hasn't won at Churchill.
I agree with that. He just doesn't hold his speed. He won't go that far. So
Number 8, Molere, is another horse that last time out didn't fare very well. He's won 2 of 4 in 2021, but the last race was pretty bad. Jose Ortiz riding for Steve Asmussen. Workouts haven't been very strong since his last race. You think any chance here for the 7?
I do, because I think that sloppy track, he didn't like it. I think maybe
Mhm.
he had mud thrown in his face and he just quit. So
Mhm.
if you go back to the races before that, he's very competitive, and I think he runs close to the pace. I think he's the type horse that can be competitive in this race.
All right. Number 8, Pit Boss, is scratched. Now we're going to go on to number 9, Ocean Atlantique. This horse was the favorite last out, actually favorite both times since coming over from France. Um, I would imagine Tom would like this horse because he's run at some of the better tracks over in France. Tell me what you think about the 9.
Yeah, I think the nine's got a big chance. It's a speed horse that likes to run on top, but I really think it's going to get caught at the end.
Yeah, he was the
70.
28% beaten favorite for Brendan Walsh, comes back. Number 10. You all right there, Terry?
Yeah, I'm fine.
All right, so that rounds out the field. So what are your picks?
Okay, I like the 7, 3, 1, and 5.
7, 3, 1, and 5. Rich is going to go 5, 4, 9, and 2. Good luck with your picks, everybody. Good luck with the contest. We'll see you when it goes official. So when this race is over, yeah, maybe a minute. 5, 4, 9, 2. So Terry, when this race is official, yeah, guys. So we have another cell coming through. It might be a little late coming. If I matter, I let her walk over. Can they get anybody out? What the fuck is going on with them? Yeah, anybody got the truth gonna get out to the front. Six, 4, 2, 6, 4. Man, this one's so goofy. Killing her downstairs. The 6 and the 9 are up near the front, right? That 5 is not firing. Man, I'm just telling you, I'm not. 5, 4, 9, and 2. Of course, the 2 horse is going to be fucking the winner again. Oh, I hate myself today. Six horse. Oh, I make myself angry. Okay, please stop doing this. Yeah, 5 horse didn't fire. Yeah, 9 horse. Six and 9. Oh boy, why am I doing this? Two, 6, 3. Did I put the wrong one in there? Making myself mad. Yeah, 6 horse. That distance is unbelievable. When are you going to learn your lesson? Fucker, why do I do this to myself? Frustrating. Wow. What is wrong with you, man? There's something about the 6-horse last speed. There's Terry, and now there's me. I thought I put myself in there, but I apparently I did not. But there's something about the 6-horse with speed at that distance at Churchill. I brought that up, and that 6-horse got out to the lead. Mentioned in the lead up that the 6 and the 9 were probably going to be the pace setters. The 6 and the 9 were kind of the pace setters. The 9 backed up. The 6 hung on. The 2-horse, which had the strongest late pace numbers in the field, came on to win. It was my 4th pick. Unfortunately, not my first pick, but I don't know, Terry. The last couple races, it just seems like playing that early pace is probably the way to go, and maybe really kind of put a little bit more emphasis on that and handicapping over the horse, because it sure looks like the speed bias is holding up today.
Yeah, I agree with that. I was really surprised the 6 stayed there as long as he did.
Mm-hmm.
And of course, my 7, of course, that last race it ran shows that it's really off form.
Mm-hmm.
Ran dead last to this. And then because of the 2 was Chris's pick. I'm in a challenge with him, and he now ties me now at 13 points each. So.
Well, I don't know. I just sometimes you do things when you're making bets where you change your mind, because when I ran all my numbers, the 2-horse was one of the top, and I just didn't like the fact that he came from off the pace, so I kind of downgraded him a little bit. And, you know, a lot of times when speed horses win, people say, oh, speed is the way. But if they're all favorites, it's not really speed. It's the fact that they're the best horse that happens to be fast. The way you really want to measure if a track has a speed bias is how are the long shots doing if they have speed. So in the last race, the 4-horse was 31-1. So it's a horse that showed speed that wasn't expected to hold its speed, and it won. In this race, the 6-horse was, I don't know, did he go off at 30-1 as well, right? And
yes, he did.
He showed speed, and he stayed as well. So when the long shots show speed and hold up, there's absolutely 100% a speed bias. If it's the favorites and they show up with speed and they happen to run around the track and win up on the front, it's not because of the track bias necessarily. It's because they're the best horse. I would say based on the last 2 races, there is a heavy speed bias today, and keep an eye out for that for the rest of the day. One quick point of note, because of the weather here, we are expecting a second cell to come through in the next 10 to 15 minutes or so. I have to make a quick trip to pick up a family member that was going to walk home, but can't walk home in this weather. So I might be a little bit late. for the preview for race number 5. But I think because it is the first stakes race on the card, we have a little extra time. I don't know. It doesn't look like it's they're going to speed it up. So I may or may not make it back due to the weather, but I'll do my best to hustle.
Okay.
All right,
We'll
folks.
Okay. We'll see you later.
See you in a minute.
Okay. Bye.
All right, Terry, I had to really hustle, but I made it back. But we're going to have to hustle to get through this before the race goes to post. So the Fleur de Lis Stakes, grade 2, 1.8 miles on the main track. We just saw a 6-horse with speed. Latruska is the 6-horse with speed. Anybody going to beat Latruska?
I don't think so. I think that horse is going to win. Yep.
All right. That's pretty succinctly put. So
Yeah.
let's run through the other 5 real quick to see who might be the. I agree with you. 6-horse gets to the lead. She seems to be one of the best mares on the planet right now. Maybe she made it. She stamped that "Yes, I'm here" with the Menominee Girl win. Let's see who might get her. Who might get the place, or it may be upset. Point of Honor is the 1 horse. Looks like a closer. Any shot for Point of Honor?
I don't think so. Coming from too far back, the pace is going to be too fast. I don't think it's going to even be close.
No, you don't think she has a chance to get second or third?
All right. I don't. Nope.
Antoinette showed some speed at Belmont and at Gulfstream Park. Hasn't run at Churchill Downs. 20-1 on the morning line right now. She is 12-1, so getting a little bit of play. Any chance that Antoinette can show some speed and stay up front with Latruska?
I think she might hold on for third or fourth.
Mm-hmm.
So that's about it, though. I don't think she's going to be able to do the same fractions that Latruska can.
Well, probably not, though. The workouts have been pretty good. Hasn't run at Belmont, at Churchill, and we don't see any workouts at Churchill, so she wasn't stationed there for this race. Number 3, Vault, is a Sean pick. He liked Vault a lot. If you read the article or you looked at our video, you'll see that he thought it's a horse that could come from off the pace if it's a little too fast. What do you think about Vault's chances, Terry, to be the show or place horse?
Yeah, I do. I think he can get in the place or show. I think Sean's hit it right on the head, the nail right on the head. So, yeah, he looks pretty ominous to me. He's been, 2 out of 3 wins in the last 3 races, and he's been running in grade 2 races. So, yeah, I think he's got a big shot.
Yeah, and again, the workouts at Churchill are pretty solid. Last time out was a 10th of 118 at 4 furlongs, 47-4, which is a pretty good work. Number 4, Yvonne Tante is the second favorite in the program. 3-1 second favorite as well on the board. What do you think about Yvonne Tante?
Yeah, I think it's the only one that can really match strides with the 6-horse. I think that the 6 has got to be careful of this one. So.
And then finally, number 5, Spice is Nice, is a horse that should be right behind Yvonne Tante and Latruska. The way my speed analysis or the way it looks to me is like they might run 6.45 for the first 6 furlongs, and then it'll be a sprint to the finish line.
I agree with that, and I think the 5's got a small chance. And I know that it was scratched from the other racing today to be in this
Thistledown,
one.
yep.
So yeah, so I think they think he's got a real good chance. She does.
So how are you lining them up, Terry?
Okay, I like the 6, 4, 5.
6, 4, 5. I'm going 6, 5, 4, 3. We will see you when it goes official. Well, if there were any question that speed is the bias today, that race absolutely settled it with Antoinette holding off Yvonne Tante. That horse, probably out of 90 out of 100 times, doesn't finish in front of the four and did. And I thought for a moment there, she might come up and get Latruska, but because when Latruska kind of did a little wobble in the lane there, but
Yeah.
she made it look easy, kind of like we thought she would. The 6-horse at that distance at Churchill is a must play.
Yeah, I agree with that. And the only excitement I really got from the race was the 2, because it, as we talked earlier, it had some speed, and I thought, well, that'd be a good one to put in the exacta. So
And you did?
I did.
So that was just, I think she was the highest on the board, right?
Yeah, she was.
So yeah, it's always nice when that plays out like that. So going forward, we're going to really emphasize a little bit more which horses have the speed out of the stall. And then we'll start looking for some shots to put in there that have a little bit of early pace along with our picks. So we'll add that into our mix of analysis when we start with race number 6 in 10 minutes to post.
Okay. We'll
See you then.
All right.
right, Terry, here we go to race number 6. It is a mile and a 16th, optional claiming, 75,000 non-winners of more than one lifetime, and $102,000 purse. Again, speed seems to have been the way. Looking at my pace analysis, got the 5, the 4, the 3, 11, and 10 as all horses I think could find their way to the front. Although, maybe a long shot here, the 5 horse might be able to shake free a little bit, I think.
Yeah, I agree with that. It's pretty much so. Although I do like the 6 also.
You like the 6? Okay, well, let's run through them all. Number 1 is Ready to Pounce. It's a horse that is making its 4th start career-wise, tied for the highest last race speed figure. I actually said it last time out. And it's a horse that's improved 3 in a row on the speed figure chart. That can be a blessing or that can be a curse.
Yes, and he's down in class, so that's good too. Back down to work and be competitive.
Mm-hmm. Well, he ran in the Matt Win Stakes last out, and I do think that this is a horse that's got a good shot. What I mean by that can be a blessing or a curse. Horses that trend up a lot of times continue that trend up, but 3 in a row also is kind of like the break point where they're going to separate between bouncing and accelerating up that performance ladder. Fortunately, this is only the 3rd start off a break, so I think, just a guess, of course, the odds are that the horse improves today, not goes backwards. Number 2, Sermon on the Mount, has been scratched. That brings us to number 3, Baja Run. Terry, what do you see out of the 3?
Well, the only thing I see is had trouble in the past. He does show a little bit of speed in his maiden race, but I really don't think this is a race that he's going to be involved in as far as at the end.
Maybe not in the end, but I do think this is a horse that's got a crack to be involved early on. He does, when you look back at, you said, like that maiden race when he scored at Turf Way Park, although that was his only trip on an all-weather track. So I wouldn't be surprised if he goes back to Turfway Park, maybe even ship him out to Golden Gate Bayou, where they have, or up to Woodbine, where they have the synthetic turf. Maybe that's his surface of choice. But I think he's maybe flashes early on, but then fades. So a flash and fade horse for me. Number 4 has tied for the top pedigree score at the distance and surface. It's another horse making a 3rd start off a break. Steve Asmussen wins at 17%. Teamed up with a jockey that we like, Ricardo Santana Jr. I think this is a horse that will absolutely be a part of the early picture. What do you think?
Oh, I absolutely agree. He's been running against really tough horses, essential quality, that sort of thing. And then now he's down to a class that I think he can be competitive in. And he does show early speed in his races. So with the speed holding, I think this is one to really put in your exotics.
The only thing that I am a little bit concerned with here, remember we talked about step ups, right? And the first race to the second race, this horse actually stepping down. So he regressed a little bit in the second race. So maybe in the 3rd race, he rebounds back up. But that regression concerns me a little bit on the 4. The 5 horse Cajun Moon debuted at Gulfstream Park. So a decent track, showed some speed, hung on, just kept kind of falling flat at the end. They brought him to Indiana Grand where, well, he should do what he did at Indiana Grand. He took a field of 7 and just smacked him by 7.25 lengths on a sloppy track. Big wins are usually followed by another one.
Yeah, I agree. And the thing I like about this horse is that just like the 1, he's improving every race, getting better and better. So I think there's no reason he can't improve this race. So.
No, and then Mitchell Murrell is winning at 19%, so he's got a good jockey on top of him as well. So I think the 5 right now is 19-1. I'm going to tell you right now, Terry, I expect him to run considerably better than 19-1.
Yes, I agree.
That's the speed horse for me, like the 4 and the 2 and the 6 that hang in there. And again, if you look at that regression, or I guess getting better, I don't know what the opposite of regression is, but improvement. That's the word I'm looking for. Here's a horse you see second. Then sorry, second. Come on, highlighter, get out of my way. Okay, look, second. Then he was first and first, and now first and first. So you see that improvement from race to race, and I think that you're going to see that here as well. Number 6 is the favorite. That's Kinetic Sky, Florent Guru, Brad Cox. Pretty solid combination that actually, despite being two of the best at their business, produce a positive ROI together. Are you expecting them to add to that ROI here?
I am. This is the horse I like the best. And one of the things I like about it is that, of course, the jockey trainer, but he has early speed, or he can come from close to the pace. So he's very versatile, which is an angle that I play a lot. I really like that angle. So.
Well, the positive thing is this is the second try off of a layoff. The first time he ran off a layoff, he won. So maybe he can repeat that cycle. Maybe he runs best fresh, because that's how he ended up breaking his maiden the second time after being disqualified in his debut. Only thing for me is a little bit of concern. I think maybe his lines are a little bit tricky, because some of the fractions that he's faced have been a little bit slower than what some of the other horses have faced. So he might look like he's going to be closer to the front than he's really going to be. Although that 6 spot, you got to bet that horse no matter what. The 7, Cousin Larry. Anything from Cousin Larry that would make you want to be part of your family?
No, I would toss this one completely.
Yeah. Although there are some bullet works 3 in a row.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, those bullet works haven't translated to the track yet. If it does today, then he beats us. That's that. I'm going to skip him to number 8, Tycoon. It's a horse that is making its 4th start off in its career. What do you think about Tycoon?
No, he's another one I would toss. He just comes from too far back, and I just don't think he's going to have the speed to stay with these.
Yeah, he did very well in his debut, but he came from 21 lengths back. That's definitely not the style today. You have to be near the front. Camp Hope, number 9, Brian Hernandez, Kenneth McPeak, making the first start for his 3-year-old campaign. I think this is a horse you got to look out for.
Yeah, I do too. He's got a lot of speed, and he's got LASIK added today. He has a couple of really nice works. So yeah, he's somebody to be concerned about.
And that's something I really like too. You mentioned that he had LASIK. So this is one of my favorite angles as well. When you look at LASIKs, you see the horse here showed speed and then faded. Next time out gets LASIK. Should be better as a 3-year-old. An absolute angle that I love. Number 10 is Warrior Chief. Second time off a claim for Bernard Flint, who's done that 6 times this year. Has won 3 of them. Is he going to make it 4 for 7?
Yeah, he's a horse. He's actually my second pick. I really like this horse. He had trouble last time out, and he likes this track and this distance. And he has some nice work on June 8th of 59.2 for 5 furlongs. So.
All right, and then finally number 11, that is Franz Joseph. Any idea if Franz Joseph is going to show up today?
Well, he has speed, but I really don't think so. This is a second race off of layoff. I think he needs 1 or 2 more races before he'll be fit.
That's a 24% angle for trainer Glenn Wismer, but horse is 0 for 2 on the track. How do you line them up, Terry?
I like the 6, 10, 4, and 5.
6, 10, 4, and 5. I'm going to go 1, 6, 9, and 5. I wanted to throw the 10 in there too, but I got to keep that long shot. So 1, 6, 9, and 5. We'll see how they line up when they go official.
All right. We'll see you when it's done.
Well, Terry, you were just transposition error away from having a trifecta cold there, I think.
Well, that's true. But when I have a race like this, I really like the 6, and I usually take my other 3 horses and put them on the second and third place in the trifecta, and the second place in exacta is exactly what I did. So
Mhm.
it turned out really well for me.
Yeah, that trifecta 6 4 10 paid $85 and a nickel to
Yep.
50 cents. So, and I know you're not a 50-cent player, Terry.
No.
You're rolling. So,
Yeah, that was a $3 trifecta for me and a $10 exacta. So
so yeah, the exacta paid $36 for $2. So Terry got 5 times that. Well, hopefully you play Terry's picks. Cheap speed kind of backed off a little bit. We had the pace right, mentioning that the 5 and the 11, 4 would be close to the pace, and they certainly were that way right off the get go. But unfortunately, the 5 and the 11 went backwards. And my one horse, I don't know. I don't know why I'm playing closers on a day's speed. Sometimes you just do dumb things and you forget because you're trying to juggle so many things. And I'm not going to make that mistake the rest of the day. Any horse that's closing, I'm going to downgrade. Any horse that's near the front, I'm going to upgrade and see if I can find people $100 trifecta at some point today.
yeah, and the one thing I really liked about it is the jockey's smart. He could either take that horse on top, or he could set back in third or fourth position and then come on after they fight it out. And I think that's exactly what happened. He took a look at where they were and how the race started, and he decided to sit back there and come in on the turn. So
Mm-hmm. Well, the next race, there's a ton of scratches, so not a whole lot to analyze there, and a big favorite. But I might not have had the $100 trifecta like Mr. Terry did, but there is a way you can fatten your bankroll. You just head on over to betus.com, open up an account, put in the code HHR or GTS. You'll get a 125% deposit bonus for new accounts, and then a $50 free play or some additional bonus like that. So again, that's betus.com. HHR is the username or code, and then along with that, or GTS. One other thing, and neither Terry has it on. I don't have mine yet because Terry's the favorite son, and I am the not so favorite son. But you can see some really nice horse racing radar gear there. If you head over to the Facebook page of Horse Racing Radar, you'll find the shop there. Just click on it. I know Chris doesn't do cheap stuff, so the shirts will be good quality across the board. So will the hats. Haven't gotten mine yet, but when I do, I'll wear it. It'll be the only thing I'm ever allowed to wear when I'm on this show.
yeah, the material on the t-shirt's really nice. I really like it, and I wear a lot of t-shirts, so I should know.
Mm-hmm. And that's all I do is wear t-shirts and shorts. I'm in t-shirts and shorts right now, but in any case, make sure you head on over there if you like the gear. Get yourself some Horse Racing Radar gear. You're seeing jockeys wearing it, so you can join the people that are on the track in the Horse Racing Radar gear. We'll see you 10 minutes to post for race number 7 when we got to talk about a whopping 4 horses. So it should be we should be able to get through that analysis and hopefully get the trifecta. Okay, here's going to be the challenge, Terry. The challenge is who can hit the superfecta cold, although there won't be a superfecta. But let's see who comes closest to putting them in order from first to fourth.
Okay, sounds good.
All right, we'll see you 10 minutes to post.
All right, talk to you later.
So here we go to the the second of the stakes races, but from here to the end, it's all stake races. So 7 through 12, nothing but top quality horses. Kind of surprising in this field that there's so many scratches, considering the track is listed as, or the turf course is listed as firm. But as that is, we only have 4 horses. We have the 4, the 5, the 7, and the 8. So we'll start off with the 4 horse, Terry. That's Dynamite. I don't know if a lot of youngsters kind of know where that comes from, but that's a show I remember.
Yeah, I certainly remember it. Yeah. And he's got speed and he's down in class. So we'll see what happens with that one. I'm not
Jimmy
sure.
Walker. Yeah, so he's run the distance 3 times, so the first, the second, and the third. He's been across the Churchill course 1 time. That was last time out, and it did not go well, although it does have some pretty solid early pace figures. So all of these horses might be up in the front.
Yeah, it looks like there's a lot of speed in this race to me.
Yeah, well, the next horse, 5. Well, now they're off the main course and on the grass. So the 5 horse Royal Prince making its 5th start without a break, kind of fluctuating back and forth, but seems like a consistent horse. Doesn't really have highs, doesn't really have lows, kind of straight lines, and runs pretty much a similar race every single time.
Yeah, I actually liked the 5 to start with, but I've changed my mind since all of the scratches.
Mm-hmm.
I think there's too much speed in here, and I don't think the 5 is going to quite catch him. So,
no, you think that the other horses, the number 7 Helium, is making its first start on grass. And if you look at this horse, it's its 3rd time off a layoff. What do you see, Terry, here that tells you that maybe Helium might be able to handle the surface switch?
Well, I'm not sure, but I know he's got a great jockey and a really good trainer, and they know what they're doing.
Mm-hmm.
And Mark Cassie's good with turf horses, so I think he's been pointing him this way. I think it'll work out. This is actually the horse I finally decided on. He has the highest last speed rating, as it says in the comments, and the breeding actually says that he can do real well on the grass. So, and I pay attention to that a lot of times.
Mm-hmm. Well, the one thing to me that suggests that Helium might take to the grass, and you'll recall from talking to the jockeys on the Player's Edge podcast, trainers too, that they mentioned the all-weather to turf angle is a better one than all-weather to dirt. Well, Helium has raced twice on an all-weather track, and he won both of them at Woodbine up in Canada. So 2 for 2 and they weren't close on the all-weather track, suggests to me that Helium will perform well today here on grass, and only has to beat 3 other horses. So you don't know if he does win exactly how he would stand up to more challengers. Yeah. And then finally, number 8. So next we move on to next, making its first start since the 1st of May. And this is a horse that has run on turf twice, has a win. It's a kind of all or nothing horse, 2 wins in 5 races. But it's been facing probably the best competition in the field, or at least up against some really good horses.
Yeah, I agree with that. He's got speed, and he has a nice 59.2 workout. I think he'll be right there in the mix. So.
Yeah, my pace analysis says that the 8 horse in a deeper field might have gotten away from everybody else a little bit, shake free. Maybe in a speed in a short field sometimes plays very well. I do think that you're going to see the 8 horse up near the lead, maybe setting the tempo. But what I don't like is those last 2 races. I mean, a grade 2 American turf, and then you had the Breeders' Cup Juvenile. It's not like those were bad races, but got up to the front and then just crashed and burned. So can't crash and burn today because there's not that many horses. Worst he can do is finish 4th, collect a check. But I do think that this is a horse that's going to do well. John Velasquez and Wesley Ward have run together 21 times and won 50% of those. So I think that works out to 11 or 12. I didn't do the math. All right. So here it is. It's the you know, they have these challenges on YouTube and social media where people like throw cold water on themselves, eat Tide Pods. Nobody eat Tide Pods. So we're going to have the cold superfecta challenge, Terry. Fire away with your cold superfecta.
7, 5, 4, 8.
7, 5, 4, and 8. And Rich is going to go 7, 8, 5, and 4. We'll see who lines him up right. You know what's going to happen, Terry? We both picked the 7. He's not going to win. So that's going to kill both of our superfectas.
That's true. Yeah, it could happen.
Well, yeah, he's got a 25% chance.
Yep.
All right, folks. We'll see you when it goes official. Well, 8 got away with running some slowish fractions and then just ran away from him late. So
Yep.
that's the thing about, at lone speed. I thought the 8 might get off on its own and didn't really get off on its own, but kind of got to run at its own pace. And then nobody else had anything for him in the stretch.
No. And then I should never have changed from my 5 to the 7. I do that every time I do that. It's wrong. So
I don't want to. I don't like pouring spilled milk in front of everybody, but I've come off quite a few of my picks today and have regretted every single one of them. And I don't know why I self-sabotage like that all the time. It never works the other way, where I go off a horse and get on another horse, and the horse I get on does exactly what I thought. So
yeah,
being disciplined is probably the single most important thing in any aspect of your life, whether you're trying to lose weight, you're trying to do work around the house, you're trying to get another degree, whatever it is you're trying to do. The more disciplined you are, the more successful you are. And I don't know why every horse player does it. They get to the window and at the last minute change their mind. I don't know what that psychological effect is called.
yeah. I don't either. I that's the only time I changed today so far. But and basically it was because of all the scratches. But I should really not let those things affect me. So
Well, the 5 finished second, so you had him second. That's so you changed him to the right place. You just didn't put the
I
right
did.
one on top of him.
No, I didn't. I put that one the last.
Well, what are you going to do?
I know.
It's the way it breaks out. So neither one of us lived up to the cold superfecta challenge. Unfortunately, we'll see if we're up for the challenge for race number. I think it's race number 8, beginning of the pick 5. Hopefully, you have a nice pick 5 ticket out there. Terry and I will do our best to give you what we think is going to happen in race number 8. 10 minutes to post.
Okay, see you then.
Terry, we got a bunch of 2-year-olds,
Yep.
fillies in a 6 furlong race with a full field. I think there's 8 horses. Can these 2-year-olds are the anything can happen horses?
Absolutely. Absolutely. And they've all ran pretty well their first starts. So first or second starts.
Well, I expect this is going to be a race where there's plenty of horses that want to get the lead. There's a lot of early pace. According to my pace analysis, we got the 6 and the 1 likely to be your front runners right off out of the gate. 3 and the 7 shouldn't be too far behind, but I don't think whichever horses get to the front, they're not going to get out there. I think alone, uncontested. I expect this will be a pretty quick early pace with a lot of horses involved.
Yep, I agree with that. So,
all right,
go ahead.
Well, let's get cracking on the horses then and see who we think is going to win. Number 1 is Wicked Halo. This horse has some of the best pedigree for the distance and surface in the field. Steve Asmussen horse, teamed up with jockey Jose Ortiz, pretty solid jockey trainer combo. But they only raced twice together so far in the last 60 days. But horses coming off the top last race speed figure, which is above par for this level, was the favorite at Lone Star. My question is, can he carry his form from Lone Star to Churchill Downs?
Not really sure if he can. He did win easily, and he, as you say, he's got a good trainer jockey. That last race was in the mud, so we really don't know how he's going to do on this kind of a surface.
Mm-hmm. The one thing that I kind of go back to again is when Mike Smith was talking to us about the Kentucky Derby, he said how they train at Churchill is how they run at Churchill. If you look, the lone workout at Churchill, 72nd of 73 horses at 4 furlongs. If they run how they train, the one horse won't run very well at all.
Yeah.
But we'll see. Maybe that's just the maintenance workout too. We don't know if it's really pushing the horse. I think the 2 horse is scratched.
It is.
And that brings us to Tiz Plenty, one of the horses I think should be close to the front. This is a horse that was the 50-cent favorite in its debut, got beat even money favorite last out, came home as the winner, and saw a nice improvement in her fractions. That step up that we talked about to the win. But the final time was only 1/10 of a second faster. So the first couple steps were faster, but the finish line wasn't much quicker than before.
Yeah, that's true. Although I really like the 3. I think he's going to do really well, or she is going to do really well. And of course, again, she has a good trainer and jockey. She was beaten her first race by the number 8. I think this time she's going to turn the tables on the number 8.
She's going to get the 8 this time around. Okay.
Yeah, she has the best dirt speed of any horse in here. So,
number 4 is Classiness. Is there anything classy about this horse, in your opinion?
No, it's closer, and I think the speed's going to hold up today. I don't think the closers are going to get there. So,
yeah, last time out did kind of get off to a bad start. It wasn't really all that far off the pace. Was 3rd, and then raced around to the half-mile marker by a neck behind the top 2, and then kind of pulled away a little bit at the end. Fractions are okay, but that speed figure number is way below what some of these other horses have put out there. So I think the 4 horse is going to have to show a lot more in race number 2 to be undefeated after 2. Catch Us If You Can, another closer, probably going to be maybe the last horse out of the gate. Any chance that this horse is going to do well?
No, again, I think it's the same as the number 4 is closer, and I just think there's going to be too much speed, and the speed's going to hold up. I don't think the closers are going to catch them.
All right. Speaking of speed, number 6, Molly's Kate. I think Molly's Kate and the one horse are the ones that are likely to get out to the front. Had a very impressive maiden win here at Churchill, and the team in a field of 9 just ran by everybody, and then has been training lights out since. So I think the 6 horse is one that will remain sharp.
I agree with that. It had 2 bullet works right in a row, and I think even though it hasn't raced since April, I think that this horse has got a real big chance of winning. So,
okay. Number 7, Behave, Virginia. Must be somebody's little child. Probably an appropriate name for a 2-year-old too, right? Behave Virginia.
Yeah.
A horse had the most impressive win by 5 3/4 lengths in her debut. Kenneth McPeak brings her back to the track. Really good workout since 10 of 118, 34th of 141st, 141. Horse ran sharp debut. It looks like the workouts have been sharp as well. I think she'll be sharp in round 2.
Yeah, I agree. She was had a 47.4 breezing, and she was 10th out of 118 that day. So that's pretty good. And the one prior to that, she was 34th out of 141 workouts. So yeah, she's got a heck of a chance in this race.
Yep, and 2-year-old winners 15% from McPeak. So I think it's got a good shot. The favorite, or the morning line favorite, I don't think she's the favorite right now, was the 8-horse favorite, right? Well, she has moved into the favorite spot. This horse is one on the ones and twos. I love it when they run all these words together and you have to sound it out and look silly. Had one of the best debut races in terms of speed figures. Did beat the 3-horse after kind of chasing behind her a little bit and then running by her.
Yes, that's true. I think that the 3 is going to turn the tables this time, just because the 3's got a little more experience now, and I don't think that this horse is going to be able to catch the 3.
Well, to me, this horse reminds me a little bit of the 4th race where Trident Hit, the 2-horse, was a 5-1. Was a lot of pace up front and kind of just fast enough to sit right behind the pace. But the thing here that sticks out to me with the 8-horse is by far the best late pace figure in the first race in her career. If she's right off the pace and can duplicate those late legs that she had in her debut, I think the 8-horse can run right by everybody and make it look kind of easy. I think actually the 8-horse is one of those horses that is probably going to benefit on that first stretch out to a mile too. Number 9 is Compressed Energy. It's a horse that won its debut up near the lead as well. Do you think any chance that the 9-horse can be near the lead and win?
No, coming in from Indiana, and no, I think for me it would be a toss. I just don't think there's any chance for it to be there.
So Chintu Sai is asking 8th race tips for winner place, sir. This is where we're going to go right now. We're going to give our picks real fast. Terry, who do you like?
3, 8, 6, 1.
3, 8, 6, and 1. I like the 8, the 3, the 7 and 1. There you go, Chintu. 8, 3, 7, 1. Terry likes the 3, 8, 6, and 1. Hopefully, we've got the winner in that, a trifecta and a superfecta. We'll see you when it goes official.
See you later.
We have SLS running away from the pack here in the competition. He's at 34 points. Dancing Jeff is second with 29, tied with Dr. Duke at 29. So it looks like it's anybody's race right now for sure. We should see what happens going forward. Terry apparently wasn't ready for me to bring him up. That's okay. We'll bring Terry back in the next race. There he is. Hey, Terry, how you doing? Still not ready, Terry?
Well, I was crying over my spilt milk.
Well, there you are.
My
so,
three.
Your 3-horse. Well, I think the 8-horse broke his stride a little bit there coming in. He kind of came down the track, and the jockey kind of had to pull off him a little bit to stop him from maybe being DQ'd.
Yeah.
And breaking his stride, I think, cost him any chance of winning and catching that 7. Otherwise, I think he does catch that 7. At least makes it a much closer at the wire.
Yeah, I totally agree with you. And I saw that. Of course, my 3 is backing out, but he closed that path up. If the 3 had been there, he would have probably got disqualified.
Well, I think we both had those top 4 horses, right?
Yeah.
Just not in the right order.
That's correct. Yep.
So if you had boxed them, you had the trifecta, and the superfecta. As a matter of fact, the 10-cent superfecta paid. Yeah, I'm in the wrong race. That doesn't help me at all. I was going to say there's no way it paid that much. Race 8, the payout was for this. Come on, computer, cooperate with me. The 10-cent superfecta paid $10.64, and the 7-8-1 trifecta 50 cents, $24.70. Probably not as big as we'd like, but we'll see what happens in the upcoming races. The next one's another wide open race, I think. And you can start I think the pick 4 starts in the next race, right?
Yeah, I think so.
So, the pick 4 starts in the next race. You can head on over to Triple Clowns on YouTube. And I know they're at Twitter, Triple Clowns, and just Google them and you'll find them. Search them in YouTube, you'll find them. Was on the show with them yesterday morning with another gentleman with a website by the name In a Way They Joe. We made our pick 4 selection, so you can head on over there and take a look at that. Let me see if I can find them. I'll run them by you real quick, or let's see. Well, I'll bring them up in the next race. I have too much paperwork floating around here from this past week of being YouTube ubiquitous all over the place on YouTube. I found it, believe it or not. So my pick 4 for the upcoming pick 4 at Churchill, and what I shared with the folks at the Triple Clowns podcast, I have the 4, the 9, the 1, the 2, and the 8 in the first leg. Don't know if there's any scratches. 1, 3, if either one of them scratch the 7. I have the 8 and the 3. You can single Maxfield if you'd like in the Stephen Foster, and I close it out with the 1, 4, 8, and 5. And who knows if by the time we start making those picks, I might change my mind on some of them in our selections for the contest, because I've been changing my mind all day to my own detriment. All right, Terry, if you want to, in the meantime, before we come back 10 minutes to post, if you want to throw together a pick 4, go ahead and have those numbers ready for us. When we'll come back, we'll start with that, and then we'll take a look at the horses for race number 9.
All right. Sounds good.
See you 10 minutes to post.
Okay. Thanks.
All right, Terry, the pressure's on. We are at race number 9. I asked you to put together a pick 4. I'll go ahead and give me yours, and then I'll go ahead and repeat mine, so
Okay.
that anybody who's out there that wants a pick 4 might take a look at ours. So, what's
All
your
right.
pick 4?
In the 9th, it's 92481.
92481. Okay, it sounds like you stole my numbers. Mine are the same.
In the 10th, it's 18356.
1835. Are you taking every horse in every race or what?
No.
Uh-huh. The 11th
Is 8 and 9.
Uh-huh.
And the 12th is the 10245. And the 9th race, I didn't steal your picks because that's my pick of the day that's on the website. I put that out yesterday.
I see. So you got quite a few horses though. They're 10-2-4-5 to close it out. So
yeah, it's $100 pick 4. So
for 50 cents.
That's right.
Mm-hmm. So for $1, it would be 200. For $2, it would be 400. Correct. And so on. That's how the math goes. Mine is a $40 pick 4. So, and I have the same 4 horses, the same 5 horses to get started. Again, I have the 1, 3. If either one of them scratched, I would have gone with the 7. Terry left the 7 off. So interesting. And then the 8, 9, I have the 8 and the 3. And then finally, Terry has a 10, 2, 4, and 5. I have the 1, 4, 8, and 5. So that's our pick 4s. Let's take a look real quickly through the Bashford Manor Stakes. It's a grade 3, 6 furlongs on the main course. Right now, the favorite looks like it's number 4, and that is Glacial. Let's start with the 1 horse, Terry. Vodka and Water. What do you see?
Well, 3 seconds in a row. Likes to run second, looks like. It's going to be closing. And I think if it gets in the money, it'll either run second or third.
Yeah, the one thing I do like about it is that's one of those horses that's doing the step-up thing that we talked about before. When you look at it, it ran 5th, and then it ran a little bit, then it ran 4th, and then it ran second. So this horse is on the upswing, but he does seem to like to hang in second place. That seems to be where he wants to finish. Maybe one of those horses that just does not know how to win. Although I would not be at all surprised to see Vodka and Water win this race and take the next step forward in that 4-race process so far. So 2 consecutive improvements, but number 2, Lands Down. This is the one that probably scares me the most.
Yeah, that's my second pick, actually, and shows a lot of speed, has the best dirt speed in the race, so it's really going to be a dangerous horse.
Yeah, I think this is a race that's kind of wide open. I do think the 2 horses pretty dangerous. I have the 3, 5, and the 4 as the ones that are going to be the pace setters, so I think one of those 3 will be on the lead. But the 2, the 7, the 8, and the 9, they're just like a half a step behind. And with any improvement, any one of them can move up in the first tier. So for me, the 2 horses definitely frightening. Number 3, Tapped Off. So like I said, one of the horses I expect to be close to the front right off the get-go. Had the top last race speed figure. And interestingly, I don't think either one of us put him in the pick 4.
No, he's does like to run close to the pace as he showed the first race. So I just don't think I think there's too much speed in here for him.
Mm-hmm. Number 4 is Glacial. This horse last time out, which I like a lot, got off to a slow start, then had to rush its way into the race and still managed to run away from the pack. So to me, for a 2-year-old to get off to a bad start, rush back into the race, and then still have the fortitude and the strength to hold on, I think that's kind of impressive.
Yeah, and he won really easy. And I really like Joe Talamo, even though he's not riding as well. I don't think he gets the mounts that gives him the way
best chance to win.
Yeah, but I really like him as a jockey. I think he does a great job. So
yeah, so last time, since he raced on May 29th, he's put in a couple of workouts, and the last one was 10th of 69, 48 and 1 breezing in 4 furlongs, 10th of 69. So not so bad at all. What's the connection, the 5 horse? Any chance for you, Terry?
I don't think so. I mean, it shows a little speed, comes in from Indiana, but no, I just don't think it's going to be in the class of these horses.
Yeah, we've had 2 Indiana horses so far, and I don't think either one of them have done very well. They showed speed in Indiana. That speed did not translate to Kentucky. So Indiana speed is not the same as Kentucky speed.
Yeah.
I'm sure some basketball fans think the same. Kentucky basketball and Indiana basketball.
Yes.
Knock her down. The 6-horse is another one I think you can just knock her right out.
Yeah, I call it a toss
Mhm.
at 1/3.
Yeah. Number 7 might make a trio of tosses.
Yes, I agree with that too.
All right. Although I do think the 7 could be engaged early on just to kind of go backwards, but you never know. Coming in from Prairie Meadows, I think, and that's kind of really a step up in class for track. Number 8 is Double Thunder. This horse is kind of intriguing to me. I talked about this on the Triple Clown show. Debuted at Monmouth Park. The speed figures nowhere near any of the other competitors in this field, at least the top tier horses in terms of speed figures. But you got to remember at Monmouth, they can't use the whip, so there's no urging. This horse got to the front, stayed in the front, and pulled away without any urging. I suppose John Velasquez with a whip might be able to encourage this horse to run better than it did at Monmouth.
Yeah, and that's my whole thought process. I think Velasquez is going to be a big difference here.
Mm-hmm. Hasn't trained here at Churchill, so we don't know how he's going to take to the track. But Velasquez definitely had some really nice rides earlier on in the day. Red Run had a very impressive win in its debut, made in 100,000. One of the top speed figures. Well, not one of the top speed figures, but one of the most visually impressive wins. Training since has been kind of bland, so I'm worried a little bit about its recent form. Although I do suspect that he'll have one of the strongest kicks late.
Yeah, I think this is a really race set up for him. It's my top pick, and I think it's going to set back in third place, maybe fourth. And when they come into the stretch, he's going to close and win the race.
Number 10, Rising Outlaw, debuted at a decent speed figure. Again, Indiana. You think this is the one that can take the Indiana form to Kentucky?
I tossed it too.
Yeah, well, 30-1. So did the odds maker. And then She's Got Attitude. Horse has been training lights out, debuted very nicely at Keeneland. Didn't follow that up with a good run in the Kentucky Juvenile. You think that he can revert back to form?
Yeah, I think there's a possibility. This horse was in the slop last time, and again, sometimes horses just don't like that sloppy track. So
No, they don't like stuff kicking up in their face, especially if they're not on the lead.
That's right, and it didn't get the lead, as you see. Bobbled a bit at the start, and it came into the stretch 5 wide, I think. Had like you talk, and it has several bullet works. So yeah, this horse could be a real danger, even though I didn't use it in my pick 4.
So how are you lining them up in specific order?
9, 2, 4, 8, 1.
9, 2, 4, 8, and 1. I'm going 4, 9, 1, 2, and 8. We'll find out how they line up when it goes official. Well, we're both alive in the pick four, Terry.
That's right. I was disappointed in my 9, but yeah, I'm glad to be alive in my pick 4.
Well, I mean, I think in terms of the way the odds laid out, the 8 was the second to last choice behind the 1.
Right.
So we got at least the best odds. Horse kicked off pretty nicely there, Double Thunder with John Velasquez in the mount. I thought, the crazy thing is about 2-year-olds is that you just don't know what to expect from race to race. And that, my advice is a lot of times with 2-year-olds, you try to go as deep as you can without really getting a fat ticket, especially if you have like another race or two down the line where you can put one horse or two horses in, because those 2-year-olds, they can look like superstars one day, and then they can look like, sucker bets the next.
Yeah, I agree with that. I absolutely do. So, and that's that actually is why I went 5 in that race.
The funny thing about that is when I was doing my pick 4, I was going to start with 4 horses, and then I moved my way through before I joined the Triple Clowns on their show. And I moved my way through, and then I had 2 horses. Then I said, well, Maxfield's maybe a single. I'll throw a shot in behind Maxfield just in case you get lucky, and then close it out strong again with another race that's kind of wide open. And that left room for me to put another horse in there. So I went back, and the 8 was actually a late addition to my pick 4. So maybe one of those days where sunshine and some luck will be on me for a change.
I hope so. Yeah, that's great. Yeah, I'm the same with you. I don't like to single one horse. I always have to have at least 2, a backup. As so many times my horse runs second and my second pick wins that race. So any advice I would give to anybody paying pick 4s, pick 5s is, unless it's a real big standout like the horse in the 5th race today, Lucusta, I wouldn't. I'd always at least have 2 horses.
One other little bit of advice I would give you in pick 4s too, and this is just a cheap way to possibly increase your payout, is to play at least one ticket play a ticket with all your top choices for $1. Because if all your top choices come in first, probably doesn't happen that often. But if it does, you've doubled your take for only $1 more than you're betting.
Right.
So that's another piece of advice that I would give you as well. So that's the way that race broke down. If you played it, we had the numbers in all of ours. But we had half the field, so that's really kind of unfair. But in the next couple of races, you got the half the field in the next race. I just got 2 horses because I think if you like a closer, you got 1 horse. If you like a speed horse, you got the other. One of those 2 will win. What'll probably happen here is my 3rd pick will end up taking the ride home, ride a comment. But we'll find out what we like in race number 10. 10 minutes to post. One other thing before I let everybody go here. It seems like from reading in the comments section, there's a lot of what should they say, smack talk. They call it something else when you play sports. But between people having these head-to-head contests and coins, Terry, you've been in a couple of them. Explain it to everybody how these work.
Oh, they're fun. You just challenge another player to a head-to-head, and usually I bet 10,000 coins.
Because you're a big hitter. That's what it is. We know.
No, I'm not that big of a hitter. But anyway, it's a lot of fun. Like right now I'm in a challenge with Chris O'Rourke, and I was way out in front of him, and now he's caught and passed me. So if it works out like the last time that I beat him, I'll come back here at the end and get him. So yeah, it's very exciting. I love doing it. And then I give him little comments back and forth about, hey, come catch me. And he said, yeah, he'll get me at the end. And so far he's been right.
He's catching you in the end. But how does one, if they want to play in the contest or they want to challenge somebody, explain to me how you do that?
Well, there's a place up at the top corner, has the coins. I think that's where you go to challenge. I'm not absolutely sure, because most of the time I've been challenged. I haven't challenged anybody.
So you're not the challenger, you are the challenged.
Yeah, I just let them challenge me. So, and nobody's challenged me.
Is that kind of like being picked last?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, and that's what happened to me a lot in high school. I'll tell you that, playing baseball.
So here you see the coins up here. So up in the right-hand column of the horse racing radar. So if I click on the coins, You'll see how many. I guess you get to see your balance there, right? Coins,
Yeah, yeah,
radar coins, and how to use them. How about
right.
that?
It tells you how
So,
to challenge a user. And
mhm. So it says here too that if you're a subscribed member, that's you can challenge a user, and the way you challenge the user is on the leaderboard. So if you go to the contest leaderboard, if I remember correctly, let's see, I'm looking at the comments here. So if you go, this is just going to create a weird screen, so I don't want to do that because it's a picture of the picture of a picture. But you go in the race, there's a blue bar there where you can challenge other folks. You can sneak a peek. You can take a look at what other people are doing with their coins. You can move up the leaderboard. So the most radar coins get your proper cred for being the best. So you can prove that you're the best heads up handicapper. And then you have more radar coins if you get subscribed members and you're in the contests and you, aside from your contest prize, you get coins. So one of the good things too about the coins is down the line, I'm going to pull away the curtain a little bit. I don't know if I'm allowed to do this. So Chris is probably watching going, no, 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 no. But anyway, so I'm going to let you in on a little secret. I think down the line, you might be able to use those coins for other things. I'll just leave it at that without telling you what some of those other things are. And I don't want to get myself in too much trouble.
yeah, sounds good to me.
All right, folks. Well, we'll see you in a few minutes, 10 minutes to post to race number 10. And hopefully Terry and I, after race 10, will still be alive in our pick fours. We'll see you then.
All right.
So here we have the Wise Dan Stakes, Terry. It's a mile and a 16th on the turf. We have a full field here. The only other race on the turf today was won by Next, who got out to the lead because it was a short field and didn't really have much competition. Again, I see pace maybe playing a factor in this race as well. Some like it hot brown. It could get off to a comfortable lead without really being challenged, according to the pace analysis. The other horses that might come along with her are the 2-horse, which is a 50-1 shot. Mutakatif. I think maybe, wait. Mutakatif. Yeah, maybe I got that right. I don't know. We're not big on pronunciations. And then the 8-horse, and as I say with Tom when we're doing the foreign horses, that's how it's pronounced. It's official, and there's no debate. So that's how its name is pronounced going forward. And then Field Pass is the other horse, the 8-horse. I think that will be along in terms of the pace. And then every other horse should be right around the same bunch up behind him. So I think Some Like It Hot Brown's got a really good chance to get out to the lead and have a chance to wire this field. We'll find out how that works out. So let's take a look at the field, Terry. Set Piece is a horse, number 1, that's been running really, really well. 3 of 4 times at Churchill Downs. This Brad Cox trainee has found his way into the winner's circle.
He has. He's going for a hat trick. And, of course, he's being trained by a good trainer, and he likes the turf and Churchill Downs, as you can see.
Mm-hmm.
So he'll be the favorite, I'm sure.
Well, I think he's the favorite right now. No, actually, the 3 is the favorite. Pretty much they're the 2 horses that everybody's got the money on. The 7-horse Ride of Comment's getting some play, and almost everybody else is borderline 10-1. So you got 4 horses under 10-1 odds, but I think the 8, 9, one of those will probably go over 10-1 by the time they hit the track. Then we have the 2-horse, like I said, Mutakatif. That's how you pronounce it. That's it. No debate. Second time after more than a year off. I think this horse might surprise people and get close to the front, but out of the gate. But I think that's about it.
Yeah, he's got a couple of good bullet works, but I think you're right. I think he'll only be there for a little while.
Some Like It Hot Brown is the current favorite, 2-1 morning line. Jose Ortiz rode the horse last time out, was on the horse once before at Turfway Park on a all-weather track. Highest last race speed figure. Horse looks like it's improved from the first race to the second race. What do you think? You think anyone's going to run him down?
Yeah, I think so. I really think, even though the speed's been holding up today, I think that we're going to see a horse that comes from behind on this race here. And I think it's going to be the number 1. But the 3 does look pretty good.
Well, it's been really solid at the distance. 6 tries, either first or second. So for me, that's why I took kind of like the barbell approach. I took the 1 if you like a closer, and the 3 if you like speed. One of those 2 sorts of running styles will play out. Probably be a horse in the middle now, but and then you'll see one of those 2 play out. Number 4, Super Sol. Tried turf for the first time last time out at Churchill. It was the first time ever ran on turf. Ran its best speed figure ever. Yep. Made a nice, real strong closing effort. Stepping up way big time in class, but that comment is surging at the end. Maybe it's maybe they've run this horse 18 times before on dirt and should have put him on grass a lot earlier.
Yeah, I'm afraid of that horse. I didn't use it, but that last race on the turf shows it really likes the turf. And yeah, I think it's going to be something to really watch in the future.
Yeah, that's my long shot horse for this race, is Super Sol. Number 5, Hierarchy, another horse that's done really well at Churchill. It's been on the track 3 times on the turf course with 2 wins in the 3rd, making its second start off a break. And if you look back at its previous two race cycles, the last time it stepped up, the time before that it kind of stepped back. So 50-50 record on whether he improves in the round 2.
Yep. Yeah, I agree with that also. Although I'm not using it, but he is a deep closer, and he did run a good race on June 4th. He has a couple of good bullet workouts, and yeah, he has a really good high percentage trainer. So
yeah, and he does seem to have some pretty solid late pace. So if he's close to the pace, he's got the legs to get it done. Kentucky Ghost horse has run 3 really good straight races in a row. Rafael Badarano in the irons. but really not getting any love at 16-1, although that's down from the morning line.
Yeah, I do like horses that are climbing the class ladder, but I think in this case he may not be right there. But I did use him in my pick four. I like the jockey a lot, even though he hasn't been doing really well lately. But I do like him, and I think that this horse is going to surprise a lot of people.
I think you used half the horses in this field in your pick four. So
I did. I used 5 of them. Yep.
And there's 10, I think, right? So
I think so. Yeah.
so if my math works out right, that's 50%.
Mm-hmm.
And then number 7, Write a Comment. This is the one that concerns me the most. Apparently, the bettors agree because he's the third favorite. And it's just one of those horses that looks like he likes to run on turf. He's been on the surface 9 times, won 5 of them, raced 16 times, won 8 of them. Hasn't really been in form of late. Took a break. The one thing that I'm a little bit concerned with is the last time he took a little bit of a break and ran back against a quality field, he didn't run as well as he did against lower allowance company. So I wonder if maybe he needed one before he stepped in here.
Yeah, I agree with that. He does love the turf, and he loves
to win.
To win, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
He's a 50% winner, of course.
Yes. Number 8 is Field Pass. As one of the horses I expect to be on the pace, challenging some like at Hot Brown early, but this is a horse that when it's been challenged early, doesn't seem to want to put up a fight, although at Churchill Downs, 4 races, a win, a second, 2 fourths, 100% in the money, 4 out of 6 in the money at the distance. It's a horse that maybe can get up to the front, and if the pace is right, hold on.
Yeah, I like this horse as my second pick. I like it because it either can run on top or can come from off the pace, which again is one of my favorite angles. So this is a horse I think you want to keep your eye on.
Number 9, Spooky Channel, is a horse that's 1 win, 1 second at Churchill Downs. This is the 4 start off a layoff. Sometimes that's a pretty solid angle. This horse to me looks like one of those horses that runs a good race, then a bad race, then a good race, then a bad race, then a good race, then a bad race. The last one was bad against Arklow, who's a really good horse. So if the last one was bad and he goes good, bad, good, bad, good, bad, this one's going to be good, Terry?
Yeah, that's true, except for if you look, he's ran a lot of times 2 bad ones and then a good one. So this will be the second bad one, I think.
So he runs a bad one here. Circle him on your calendar and make sure you get him in the next one.
That sounds right to me.
In Love, the 10 horse. This is a horse coming from Argentina. Last time out at Churchill, missed by a neck. Another one that's probably going to have a chance to be up near the front. This is a horse that scares me a little bit because it's shown that it can run in the front and shown that it can run in the back.
Yeah, again, it's an angle that I really love. I did not use it, but I do like Joseph Talamo. So let's see what happens with this one.
All right, Terry. So how are you laying them out in order?
1, 8, 3, 5, 6.
1, 8, 3, 5, 6. Again, taking half the field. Rich is going 1, 3, 7, and 8. We'll see how they line up. I almost want to go with the 3. The 1 and the 3 were the only 2 horses in the field to put up a last race pace figure better than par for this race. I just got a feeling the 3 is going to get easy fractions. If he runs 24 and a half, somewhere around that, I don't think anybody's catching him. But we'll find out when it goes official.
Throw him in, you'll be 50% like me then.
I already have the 3 horse.
Oh, that's true.
All right. We'll see you when they go live, when they go official.
Okay.
Well, Terry, I picked the wrong race for the Ice Cold Superfecta Challenge.
Oh yeah, you did. That's
Yes,
true.
I should have waited a race or two. I feel like, and when we had Jose Ortiz on the Players Edge podcast, folks, if you're not listening to the Players Edge podcast, you should be tuning in. We get great guests, and I am telling you, I promise you, you will learn something, even if it's one kernel in every single episode. And I have gained so much knowledge in the last year from talking to jockeys, from talking to trainers, from talking to track announcers, to owners across the board. And Terry, I'm sure you feel the same way.
I do. Yes. Yes.
A lot of very valuable information. The one thing Jose Ortiz said to us on the show with us, at least when he was able to stay on camera the second time around, is he told us the key to being a great jockey is your internal clock. Do you remember that, Terry?
I do.
And if you remember, right before the race, I said if he can run 24 and a half, he wins his race. He ran 24 and 18, so a little bit quicker. But I think where he maybe spent a little too much is between the quarter and the half mile, because he went from 24 and 18 to 47 and 94. So he actually quickened the pace in the second quarter. I feel like he didn't really need to do that. And if he had gone out just a touch slower in the first quarter and the first half, I don't know that he would have had enough to hold off set piece, because, I mean, that horse came charging. Yeah. But I think it would have been a lot closer at the wire.
Yeah, I was a little disappointed I used 5 horses instead of the one, because I really like the one a lot. Mm-hmm. He looks so good right now. He's just really in top form. But I do think that the other horse did a great job of running second. So
Some Like It Hot Brown. Yeah, it was a great race for him.
He was my third pick. So.
It's funny, this pace analysis stuff that I've kind of stumbled onto by accident. I don't really stumble on anything by accident. I just keep working with the Excel sheets, putting numbers in over and over, and then checking to see how they work and if they actually work or they don't work. And I'm not afraid to try things. And if, the risk of trying things is real money, right? You try something that doesn't work, you blow yourself up. But I seem to have found something, because if you're paying attention to the pace scenarios that we're setting up in every race, a lot of the horses that I'm mentioning are in the front. As I mentioned, the last race too, I said the 3, 8, and the 2 would be the horses that get out. And it was exactly that order, almost like 2/3 the way around the track. So hopefully we'll be able to use that to our advantage going forward in the future, especially like when we find, like we did early on in the day with some of the lower level races where speed was holding up at high prices. So the next race for us is the big one. That is the Stephen Foster Stakes. It has Breeders' Cup implications, and you're going to have another really big favorite in Maxfield, who, much like Latruska, minus any sort of misstep or mishap, is probably going to be extremely difficult to beat.
Yeah, I agree with that. So.
Right now, he's 1-5 in the betting. So we'll find out if he's still 1-5 in 12 minutes. I suspect that, I really felt like that he's going to end up being a 2-5 or 1-5. I think at best, if you get him at 3-5, it's almost an overlay compared to the rest of the field. But we'll find out in 10 minutes to post.
All right. We'll see you when you get back.
So Terry, earlier on in the day, Latruska lived up to her billing as the horse to beat in the Fleur de whatever lease to go on to Delmar for the Breeders' Cup. So she took care of her winning in, and now we have Maxfield with a shot to make it his winning in to the Breeders' Cup Classic, which is like the marquee race, right?
Yeah, that's true. And I think Maxwell will probably win, best horse in the race. But my gut feeling tells me there might be some problems during the race, and a horse like the number 9, who can either go on top or come from close to the pace, may just get there, even though Maxwell's the best horse in the race.
Well, here's the thing I almost feel like, and this is Maxfield right now is 1-5. And if you look at the pools, he's taken in $111,000. The 6 horse is next at 20,000. I would say that he's got a little bit less than 50% of all the money on the win. And then, of course, that kind of carries through to the place and show pools as well. It seems to me that maybe it's not going to call it a smart bet, but I think it's at least a wise bet is like to bet a show or place horse here, because just take one of the horses that you like that's not, one of the favorites, maybe your favorite long shot, put $2 on him to show, $2 on him to place. And if for some reason Maxfield runs out of the money or the 6 horse runs out of the money, because those are the 2 taking the most money, that's Warrior's Charge. And again, that's that 6 hole, that 6 with speed at this distance, for whatever reason, is one that you got to look out for. But if those 2 horses were to run out of the money, that would probably eliminate about 65% of the pool, 60% of the pool. And those show and place bets would pay way more than they normally would.
Yeah, I agree with that. Yeah. And by the way, the 6 is my 3rd pick. So,
yeah, I worry a little bit about Warrior's Charge tendency to fade. And you think that this horse race is one where he is going to have the big edge in pace and all that kind of stuff, but not really. When I did the pace analysis, he actually came in 3rd. So 4, 5, 6, 9, 2, 1. It's kind of the order that I have him coming in after the first quarter. But the reality is, of all the races we've done today, this is the most tightly bunched in terms of the difference in the pace analysis. So any one of those horses could be up on the front. Let's quickly run down the field, see if there's anybody who can beat or who we might like to come in behind Maxfield. Number 1, Chess Chief, a little bit off the pace horse. What do you think, Terry?
Yeah, he comes from he's a closer, and the only problem is he's been off for 57 days. I think he might need a race or 2 to show his stuff.
I could use a 57-day break. Number 2, Empty Tomb. This is a horse that showed some speed last time out. Again, like I said, it's a pretty muddled picture. 4th time off a start, 1 win, 1/3 at Churchill, 2 seconds and a 1/3 at the distance. Ricardo Santana Jr. hasn't showed up yet today, so maybe this is his race.
Could be, but I do think it's a little bit too far. I think it likes to run 2nd or 3rd at this distance. So,
Number 3, Necker Island. This is my long shot pick here. The horse had off since September, returned in April at Oaklawn Park. And Oaklawn is known as a fast track, and really fast track. And the horse actually came from off the pace, almost won a race there as the favorite, and then came back last time out on June 6th, so a little bit of time off, and ran at Churchill. And I don't know that Churchill is a faster track than Oaklawn Park. I would probably say it's not. But when you look at those fractions at a mile, both races were at a mile, and those fractions came down by about 2 seconds on the quarter mile, almost 4 seconds, more than 4 seconds on the half mile. On the 6 furlong, more than 3, almost 3.5 seconds, and more than 3 seconds on the final time at a mile. I absolutely love horses that do that internally. When you look at those fractions, Necker Island is my long shot to show up.
Oh yeah, he looks really good. That was a great race he ran last time out, and he's won 3 out of 6 races at Churchill Downs. So he likes this track.
All or nothing horse at Churchill. But it seems to me that since he's returned as a 4-year-old, has found his form. So maybe, that's the one I think has a shot. Number 4, Sprawl. This is the one that the pace analysis says will be on the front, maybe by about that much. But what do you think about Sprawl?
Well, again, I think he's a speed horse, but I think it's a little bit too far for him to go. He has a couple of good works, and he's got a good trainer in Drury. But
Mm-hmm.
yeah, I think it's a little too far for him. I don't think he can hold the speed that far.
Well, he ran pretty well, just missed by a neck last time out at 1.125 miles. So that's the same mile distance here today, and put in a really nice workout last time out. So we'll see. Looks like he's sharp, and is one that I think you got to keep an eye on. Silver Dust is the old man, Terry. He's the horse racing version in this race of you and me.
Yeah, and that's why he probably has the highest speed at today's distance, because he is old. He's been around for quite a while and had 33 races. So
Yeah, 8 out of 10 in the money at Churchill. Seems to like the track. I don't know. Sometimes the old men, when they're trying to keep up with the young bucks, can be kind of difficult. I think he'll have a shot. He rated out as one of my top early pace horses too. I think they're going to be really kind of bunched up. There won't be much difference between the first horse and the last horse. Warriors Charge, the 6 horse. We talked about that at the very first race of the day. I think it was the third race of the day, where we talked about the 6 horse at 1.125 miles with speed. Seems to be, for whatever reason, the horse you want to bet. Warriors Charge is the one taking the second most money. I don't like the fact that he speeds out and fades, especially when he's challenged, and he's going to be challenged here.
yes, I think that's going to be his thing that causes him not to have a good race. Although I would throw out the last race because it was on a sloppy track.
Mm-hmm.
And but I don't. Yeah, again, if he's challenged, which I think there's plenty of speed in here to do that, he's going to fold. I think coming in the stretch.
Number 7, South Bend. It's a horse that's raced 5 times at Churchill. He's got 2 wins, nothing else, and second at the distance. But he has won 4-9 on a fast track, and that's what we're seeing today.
Yeah, that's true. He has the best dirt speed is the fastest among today's starters, and he's been working out very consistently towards this race. So
Well, he's going to have some really strong late numbers, and they vary a little bit too much for me. They can go from really good to really bad. He's going to need to be really good down the stretch. If he's bad down the stretch, it won't matter. We don't need to really add much to Maxfield. 7 races, 6 wins, 3 for 3 at Churchill. I mean, he really is the horse to beat. The bettors haven't overlooked that. He's 2-5. I'm kind of surprised he's 2-5. I think he'll go off at 1-5. And then Visitant is the 9 horse, just missed against Maxfield last time out. That was at 1.16 miles, and Maxfield was pulling away. He was 17-1, 11-1, almost 12-1. Ran his best speed figure ever in that race. He's going to have to repeat it, but be better because they're going longer.
yeah, but I think if he changes the running style, if James Graham takes him back a little bit, doesn't try to lead all the way and sets back in third or fourth, I think he has a real good chance of winning, especially as Maxfield runs into any kind of traffic or trouble.
Mm-hmm. So how are you going to lay him out, Terry? What's your final order?
I like the 8-9-6.
8-9-6. No 4th horse. You like to bet a whole fields, and you only go in 3.
No, well, it's really hard for me. I do kind of like the 5.
All right, so 8-9-6-5. I'm going 8, 3, 4, and 5. So Terry and I both agree the 8's going to win. The 5 horse is going to come in 4th. So maybe you should go 8, all 5, and you'll have the superfecta cold. All right, folks. We'll see you 10 minutes. We'll see you when it's official. Well, Terry, he made easy work of that field jockey. Jose Ortiz didn't even ask him to run at the end.
No, it worked out just exactly the way it kind of looked in the form. So
Actually, I think those horses up front helped him out a little bit. Running 21 and change was a little bit too fast for the horses in the front. Just really set up a pace for him where he can get off, get outside, get position, and let all the other horses kind of run out of steam. The horse that kind of surprised me a little bit there was your 6 horse, Warrior's Charge, because he didn't even try for the lead.
no, he didn't. He broke pretty. He broke kind of bad to start with. So actually, that was probably better off he ran that way.
Maybe they're going to change up his running style. But once again, the 6 horse shows up at 1 1/8 miles at Churchill Downs. So you don't need to even do any handicapping anymore. Just do all six, just wheel 6 with all in your exactas and trifectas, and you're sure to hit something at 1 1/8.
Sounds like it.
Churchill, yeah, for sure. So, well, you and I are both live on the pick four. I don't think it's probably going to pay a whole lot because we had a little bit of chalk there, but that's kind of what we expected. We were kind of hoping for a shot somewhere in the middle. So
I was hoping that last race might do that. So
yeah, I mean, that's the place if you're going to get one that it would have paid off nicely. But anyway, it didn't really happen. So let's take a look at the pick four payouts. Terry is live to the 10. So to the 10, about $241 for $1. That's not bad.
Nope.
The 2 horse is $736.50. So anybody who played along with Terry is probably hoping for the 2 horse to come home. The 4 horse, Terry's other pick, is $204.40. Not too bad with Maxfield in there. And then the 5 is $268.30. So anybody minus the 1. And that's a pretty good payout from Terry's horses. For me, I am the 1. Again, that's $96.80. So I'll actually turn a profit if the 1 wins because I was only a $40. I'll actually, an $18 profit, a $16 profit. So that's the only one that won't turn a profit for Terry if it wins. Yeah. I also have the 4 horse, which is 204. And then I'm alive to the 8 horse, which is $82.90. Ooh, that one's ugly. I'll barely turn a profit. $2.90 if the 8 horse wins. We don't want the 8 horse to win.
Yeah.
And then finally, the 5 horse is $268. So Terry and I, we agree on the 4 and the 5. Terry doesn't have the 1. So
no,
for both of us to win, we need the 4 or the 5 to come home first. So here's to the 4 or 5 winning, Terry.
Yeah, and this is a good pick 4 that I think if you would have singled the 8 and then of course singled the other
the 1 horse,
the 1 horse, yeah. Mm-hmm. You could have won all in this race and maybe hit a pretty nice size. So
or maybe hit you could have even hit the all button in the first. We didn't need to, because we had those horses pinned out right. But you're right. If you had gone all, you have a 13 horse field. If you had gone all in the, 5 horses. And then single, and now you have 13 horses. That would have been an $85 pick 4, and you're hoping to catch the bomb of bombs here. But
yeah, like the 11.
Well, we'll see what happens. Well, I think the 2 horse is right up there too. I think it's the 3rd highest one. So maybe if the 2 horse can come home for you, Terry, it'd be a good one. So we'll find out. 10 minutes to post. We'll see you in 7 minutes. Tell you who we like, and hopefully it'll be the 4 or the 5 and we can both cash.
Sounds good to me. All right.
We'll see 10 minutes to post.
Yep.
All right, Terry, this is the final race of this Churchill Live and Churchill contest. It really looks like it's probably down to SLS or Horace Height to take home the top prize. Maybe on the outside, Dancing Jeff or Jack Butler has a small outside chance because it is a kind of a deep field without a prohibitive favorite. So maybe someone could sneak in and steal the title from SLS. But I'm going to guess that it's either going to be Horace Height or SLS that comes home with the trophy and the cash money prize.
Yeah, and of course, Chris is going to beat me. I changed my horse from Maxfield to the 9 last time to try to catch him with some points, and of course, I should have just stayed.
Well, that's how you got to do it sometimes, but so
It is.
be it. When you're behind, you start chasing, and that's like the worst thing a gambler can ever do: start chasing.
And
But
that's right.
unfortunately, these are for coins. They're not. I mean, it isn't. It can be. You know, at some point in time, maybe as a tender that can be used for other things. But right now, for contests and stuff like that. But coming off to race 12, we got a mile on the turf, and the first turf race, next one, but there's only 4 horses in the field, got to the front, didn't give it up. The other turf race, we had the one horse come from way back and clip Some Like It Hot Brown at the wire, who was up near the front. So I do think that it opens up a couple of possibilities here. So you need some light pace maybe to get you home, or maybe to be up near the front. But maybe there's a horse in this field that has a little bit of both. Looking at the pace, I think the 5, the 4, the 6, and the 9, that group is likely to create most of your front runners. You think the same way, Terry?
I do. Yeah, I do. Although I think the 10 is versatile again. I think he can either run on top or he can come from, close to the pace. So,
Yeah, I do think that the 10, I think he'll probably be mid-pack. Maybe he gets up front. Tough to tell. Number 1, Invincible Gal, right now is the prohibitive, well, not the prohibitive favorite, but it is the number 1 choice of the public. 5-2. Oops, I can't do that. 5-2 on the board. What do you think about Invincible Gal?
well, he ran a nice second last time out, but the problem is just likes to run second. Hasn't done much but run second.
We've seen quite a few of those second place horses, right?
Yeah.
We saw that in the one race with the other one horse that loved second place, vodka and water, and the horse ran second again. So maybe we go all 1-all, and we got a trifecta.
Yeah, that might work.
That might. Sylvia Q showed some speed early on in her career, has since not shown speed. This to me, remember we were talking about those horses that are improving from line to line to line. Yeah. This one seems like it's getting worse from line to line to line. Hasn't really had a break since November 5th. To me, this horse has all the earmarks of a horse that needs a rest.
I agree with that. Yeah, I was looking at it and thinking the same thing. The only little excuse it had last race was bumped at the start, but I really think it's getting tired.
Yeah, even though it got bumped at the start last race, if you look at those fractions, they were really kind of dull.
Yeah.
And she still couldn't really keep pace, and she wasn't all that far off the pace from the get-go. So maybe Ricardo Santana can bring some life to her. I don't know. I guess that horse looks to me like it needs a break. Fairchild is the 3 horse, 20-1 morning line. This horse, maybe second time off a layoff. It's only made it through a 2-race cycle once before and actually won the second race on turf. Was that Fairgrounds? You think maybe the 2-horse can be a 3-horse Fairchild can be one that maybe upsets here?
It could be, because I like the fact that he's been 100% in the money. And that's an angle I like, and I know that Saz has been really sharp in the last 7 days. So, and he has a really good workout on June 19th in preparation for this race. So
yeah, so you're getting some good price at 27-1. If you think that he can do the same thing, if she can do the same thing as she did last time out, maybe improve in the second race. But she has definitely raced well in the turf. She's only almost won her debut, missed by 3/4 of a length. Second time out, only by 1 1/4. So it hasn't really been beaten by a lot in any of the races on the turf. Number 4 is Town Avenger. This horse is stretching out for the first time from 5.5 furlongs in the debut. Ran one of the top debut speed figures for this field. This is a horse that was 4 wide and just kept coming and kept coming and kept working, put in a bullet workout since. What do you think about the 4's opportunity to extend to a mile?
I'm not sure. I mean, the horse only went 5.5 furlongs, and this is quite a bit longer, but it
Mhm.
is bred very well, and it's bred for distance and on the turf. So we'll see what happens.
Well, for me, a couple things here. In a pace analysis, this horse definitely should be. Although that, when you look at when you look at the line, it doesn't look like it's a horse that'll be near the front. But a lot of times, horses that aren't necessarily up in the front in sprints, sometimes they do show speed in routes. I would not be at all surprised to see Town Avenger close to the front. And interestingly, if she gets close to the front, she did have the best late pace figures in the field last time out, albeit at 5.5 furlongs, but did show that she will come on and have some fight towards the finish line. Number 5, Navrachalova, comes out of center court. It's a good play on words there, brought to me by the folks at Triple Clowns. What do you think of her shot?
Yeah, it's deep closer, and I just don't think this one's gonna get there. I think she did have a nice sharp workout, but been off for like 49 days, and and a horse has been off more than 30 days. I normally don't use that horse.
No. Well, the workouts suggest that she's got a lot of since the May 8th run. Since May 30th, she's put in 4, 9, 14. She put in 19 furlongs of workouts in the since May 30th. So that's in less than a month. I think she'll be fit despite the fact that she's had some time on the bench. So I wouldn't be surprised if she runs better than the 12-1 odds. And right now she is 9-1. So the bettors expect her to be a little bit better than that as well. Number 6, Bullseye Beauty, shows versatility. And this is a perfect example of a horse that showed speed at a mile, but then came from off the pace in a sprint.
Yeah, and this horse I left off my ticket, but I liked a lot. It really scares me because it is versatile, and I don't know. I just really like the way it ran last time out at 5 furlongs or 5.5 furlongs. So.
Now the bettors don't like her. She's 33-1. Yeah. This is the horse right here that scares me, is Adventuring. Ran in the Black Eyed Susan, was the $3.30. So one of the favorites in the Black Eyed Susan, just faltered and eased. Florent Giroux pulled up on the horse, showed some speed early. Now this is the second time off a layoff. Both times in 2 race cycles, improved in the second race. Can't help but improve off the last one. Other than that, was in the money 4 out of 5. I'm kind of regretting not putting the 7 in my pick 4 right now.
Yeah, the only thing that I'm looking at is she doesn't seem to have been working that well. I don't like the last work she had, so she was 7th out of 8th.
Yeah, and John Velasquez, though, has been hot today, so I am concerned about this horse. The one trip it had on an all-weather track, although this didn't play out before with us on all weather, she did run a really strong race, probably her second best race of all. Well, it was her best in terms of speed figures. So Adventuring really, really, really concerns me. If you're live to the pick 4 and you feel like you're afraid of the 7 or any other horse, you might consider putting a few bucks on there just to kind of hedge your bet. Number 8, Toby's Heart. This is a closer for sure.
It is. And either this horse wins or it doesn't do anything. So, I don't think it's the time for it to win right now. I think it's got to have another race or two. So.
Well, it was the betting favorite last out and missed. So let's see if trainer Brian Lynch can continue to hit at a 25% out next time around the track with beaten chalk. Number 9, Malloy is scratched. That brings us to number 10, New Boss. Definitely a horse that's going to be, I think, up near the pace, although probably right behind the front 3 or 4.
Yeah, and I really like this horse because this horse can either run on top, again, one of my favorite angles, or close to the pace. And I think that the jockey is very familiar with this horse, and I think that they're going to do very well in this race. I wouldn't be surprised if this horse didn't win.
6 out of 8 lifetime in the money, 4 out of 5 lifetime on turf, and much like the 4 horse, can be close to the pace and does have some of the best late pace figures in the field. Number 11, Commander's Palace, another horse that's shown some speed.
Yeah, really has, of course, a great jockey and a good trainer. And it's won its last race at Churchill Downs. Uh, the only thing is that I don't like its workouts. They're
All right.
okay, but they're not great.
Number 12. We got to pick up the pace because they're going in the gate. What do you think about the 12?
It's a toss for me.
Toss. Okay. And number 13.
Yeah, that horse can be very scary. It comes from deep. You're gonna have to watch this horse because it's bred really well. Yeah, and I like the jockey, of course.
All right. So how do you line them up, Terry?
10, 2, 4, 5.
10, 2, 4, and 5. I am 4, 8, 1, and 5. So you said 10, 2, 4, 5. I'm 4, 8, 1, and 5. We'll see you when they go official. Well, Terry, that puts the bow on yet another day of live handicapping,
It does.
where we have a chance to make ourselves look foolish and smart, all within 20 minutes of one another. Um, there were two horses that you and I were live to, the 4 and the 5. The 5 horse I thought might get overtaken by the 10 horse there, but had enough left to clearly win that race.
Yeah, I was thinking that 10 was going to get him. 10 was my horse, my top pick. So,
And well, the 5 horse was our 4th pick across the board, so we
Yep.
got home for us, which is a positive. I had the 8 horse too, so my pick. So yeah, a little exacta there too in the top 4 picks for me. The exacta paid 5-8 exacta paid. Oh, where the heck is it? These things are way down here on the bottom all the time now. For $2, $84.20. That's a respectable
yeah,
exacta.
I had a $10 exacta box.
With the 5 and the 8 too.
Yeah.
All right.
Because you did what I do a lot of times is take my top pick and then my other 3, I'll box them separately.
Okay. And then looks like the 4 and the 7 dead heated for 3rd, huh?
Yeah.
That's just great news. But it doesn't really matter because it looks like SLS ran away with the contest today. Of course, all of it has to be finalized. I'm the one putting the numbers in and making sure that Chris will double check to make sure I got them all right. But the pick 4 for 50 cents, the 8, 1, 8, and 5 paid $134.15. For $1, it paid $268.30. So if you played it for $2, you got over $500 back. So Terry and I, if you play mine, you play Terry's. Either way, you played them both. You had a nice way to end the day.
Yep, that's 30-some% win.
Yeah, that's not bad. I'll take it every single day. It's better than the stock market most of the time. At least right now, the stock market's good because the Federal Reserve is printing money like popcorn popping at a movie theater.
Yeah. Yep.
So that wraps up another day, folks. I hope you enjoyed it. Make sure you head on over to Horse Racing Radar again tomorrow, where we have a contest. I think it's the Lazy Days at Lone Star Park. Hopefully your picks will go well there, and the rest of the day, hopefully you do well at the track. Terry, thanks for joining me.
Thank you.
Yeah, no problem. That was wonderful to have you along. It makes my job a lot easier. We'll see everybody in a week, which will go by like that. I won't tip my hand, but I know what track it's going to be. We'll see you next Saturday for the next live contest. Until then, everybody, good luck at the races.
Bye-bye.